They're responding? You're hearing?
All right, so welcome again, and this is our third week. So we are in the thick of things, and we have lots of things going on. I'm going to continue with, we're looking at lesson planning. We're going to go look at, as was discussed in the previous class, I'm going to talk about a lesson. The topic I'm going to use is data types, introduction to data types. So that's the lesson I'm going to discuss first. Later on, I will type it up and I will make it available in the container. I will also be looking at classroom management, and we're going to look at some teaching methods as we go along. Okay? All right, anybody heard from Dexton? No, Dexton has a... Okay, let me just check. Ophelia, can you say something, please? We're still not sure if the audio is. Just say anything.
Hi, everyone.
Okay. Well, good. We're hearing you today.
Okay.
We don't want you to feel like we're picking on you, you know? All right, so the lesson, one second. All right, so the lesson that I mentioned, just giving you an example. A student of mine in one of the micro-teaching sessions, so this same course, in the face-to-face sessions, he was looking at doing data types, introducing data types to the students. Now he, maybe when I'm finished, then I'll ask Thalia to share what kind of examples she uses or activity she uses. But what he did, he was using some cups he had 3 different cups and he had some items to put into the cups. Welcome, Rosalind. What I would do, I would tweak that and I would present different containers. So it can be different cups, like a mug that you would use for your tea, a glass that you use for your cold drinks, maybe a bowl that you use for your cereal or something like that, different containers. And then you can go ahead, you can pour different things into the different containers. You would ask your students to identify reasons. Now this is important now, the line of questioning that you use to bring out what you want the students to understand from the activity. So you would ask them, what makes these 3 containers different? They would start to tell you about how they are, the shape, the size, and they would also, I think somewhere along the line, mention what you would put into them. And so out of that, you would get them to understand that the data type is an indicator of what the different variables can hold, right? So you have, you'd introduce them to the different data types. What it would come out of your questioning. So you'd ask questions. First, they would, of course, be aware of what the data is. And they would, from that, they would be able to say, okay, well, these are numbers, these are words, and so on, and identify that they're different. And then you would introduce them to the correct terms that you would use for the data types, right? So it's somewhere, I'm just giving you an idea, but what I really want to see coming out in the lessons is that if you start something, because what I see a lot of persons do, they start it, they give an activity, they start it, and they question the students, and they have the students give their opinions and ideas, and they shape it or give them the answers after that. And then you present them with the information. I still would see, I want to see more of you trying to bring the information out of them instead of just, okay, so we do an introductory activity. All right, then here, go, bam. Here are the notes. I don't want to see that. I need to see something more interactive. I need to see something more engaging, right? So these are the kinds of things that I want to see. I thought about it also, and I thought about relating it to relating information technology, well, computer science first, to science subjects. A lot of what they do in science includes labs. And so they would do an experiment, and then they would write up the experiment. They have, it's been so long, I don't remember, but they have materials used, the procedure, the results. They would write it up. So I would love to see you taking an approach like that. Instead of just giving them the information, try to help them to discover it. And this is why they have discovery learning and so on. So this is the approach I really need to see you employ more. Okay? As I said, I'm going to put that lesson together in a more detailed way, so that I think you probably, I don't know if you got the gist of what I was saying, but I needed to, it doesn't have to always be like that. But as I said, I want to see you coming with different and exciting activities that we don't normally see in everyday lessons, right? So it forces students to get involved and to do. Okay? Dana, I see you shaking your head. What's going on? What's happening? It sounds like a mountainous task. Is that what you're saying? Yes. It's. I don't think it is. I don't think it is going to be challenging. I will acknowledge that. Accept that. Yes, it's going to be challenging. But I think if you do that now, then when you go into September to do your practicum, then it will become easier for you, right? So I want it, and I don't know what your assessors are looking for, but I don't think Dr. Daly Morris will be assessing anybody. So, yeah, but I think your assessors will want to see that you're innovative and creative and different and so on and so forth. So this is what I want to bring to the fore, right? All right. I said I would ask Thalia. I mean, no.
I have nothing new to bring. Everything that you said you don't want to hear is exactly what I do. So let's just move on.
All right. Okay. Well, as we go along, Thalia will share with us. I'm sure. But all right. So we're going to look at. We're going to do more activities, and we'll come with more examples of. I mean, you can use anything you want to include in your lesson. Anything you want to include it, but you have to know how to include it. It's always interesting. It's always important, to have the students, when they're observing something, to have them have specific questions or that they're looking answers to, right? Or looking for answers to. So if you're going to do any activity, you present them with the questions ahead of time or just before you start the activity, so that, okay, they're observing, but they know exactly what they're observing for. Similarly, when they're watching a video, you don't just tell them to watch a video, because after a while they probably tune out, and probably they start noticing things like if you have persons in the video, they probably start noticing what the person is wearing as opposed to what the person is doing. So you have to present them with these questions or these guidelines so that they know exactly what they are looking for, right? Okay. All right, so we're looking at, let me just get in there. We're looking at classroom management. And just a show of fingers, on a scale of 1 to 10, how important is classroom management to you? Just a show of fingers on a scale of 1 to 10.
Since we started this class,
Anyone? Okay, I see a 10. Rosalind hearing me? Okay, I see 10 as well. All right. What you say, Dana? Same, okay. All right, I see a 6 from failure. Let me share with the camera here. Yes, Taylor says 6. Why you say 6, Taylor?
Because sometimes you don't even have to think about it. You know, depending on the subject, the students, the atmosphere, their vibe, you don't even have to think about it. You just teach the class.
You just teach the class.
Depending on the time of day. I mean, there are some times where you say, okay, I really need to, I've been having some problems, or I know it's this time of day, or they're tired, or they're cranky, or we're getting close to the end of the term, and they really want to go home, or close to exam. Then you really need to think about it and put in some special effort. But then you have those times where it's all right, you know? But I find that when the 11th graders are finished with their SBA that week right after they hand in the SBA, is a wonderful week.
Oh,
it's wonderful because it's everything else after this I can focus. Before it was at the SBA and I have the homework, I have the exams and I have. They know I'm not going to give them any major tests between now and the exam. They've given in their SBA. They know that there's an Easter break in between. They can, they haven't gotten to the point where, oh, I'm not doing anything because. But they're at that point where, yes, I'm coming to class and I'm going to focus in a way that I didn't focus before. So I find that I don't even have to think about the chatterbox that I have to stop and cater to that one. The one who's always bored in class, for some reason, is just okay that week. All right. So I don't even have to think about it, which is a great thing. And I totally recognize different students, different schools, different subjects, and so on. But there's always at least that 1 or 2 class where it's almost second nature. They know what they need to do, so they come in and they're okay. And you know what you need to do, so you come in and you're okay. It's not, oh my goodness, which for me is synonymous with classroom management. Whenever I hear that word, it means I'm doing something wrong. So, you need to handle the class better, or you need to get a better control on the class, or you're not doing enough, which is what it says to me. So that's why I say.
All right. All right. In support of what Taylor just said, a lot of times you have, if you have several classes, you will realize that there's some classes that you look forward to going to, some classes you may not. And you find that could be dependent on the setting of the classroom as well as the students that you have in your class. Rosalind mentioned a student that was giving her great discomfort and stress, and she would like to see not even the back of that student come September. So when you have this mix of students, you have to make sure that in order to make your lesson flow the way you want it to flow, you have to put in certain, you have to prepare for that. For any event, you have to prepare for the students. You'll find there are some students who are, they take great pleasure in disturbing your class. And so you have to take those students into consideration. Some persons might find duties for them to do, and that might work for them. Some persons might put them to work with somebody else. That might work. but you have to know how the students, you have to know your students to be able to know what will work for them. So all of these things come under classroom management. From the arranging of your classroom to the to making preparations for those students who are not as fast and some that are exceptionally fast, who will complete work ahead of time. You also have to make sure that everything is at an optimal level, to put it that way. You try to make sure that the conditions are at an optimal level so that the students can be learning as much as they can in that one class. And all of that is a lot of work, right? I know all of it is a lot of work. There's a document here that talks about classroom management in perspective. It's a very detailed document. Let me just point it to. We're not going to go through. We're not going to go through it, but there's just, we're not going to go through it. We don't have time for that. But there's a section on page 25. Can you see it? Let me see if I can share it. All right, so it talks about 5 factors. It says factor 5, helping students evaluate and correct unproductive behavior. That is 1. Organization and management, motivation and instruction, interpersonal relationships, and developing a sound theoretical foundation. So all of these come under your classroom management. It also lists some strategies that can help with each of these factors. This is kind of like a summary. So further details are provided in the chapter and in other chapters too. So it would be good if you read this. This would be very helpful. But as I said, we're not going to go through this at this time. What I want is just for you to share some of your experiences, good and bad experiences, as it relates to your sessions that you've had. So first thing I want you to do is think about one of the worst classes you've had. Emphasis on worst. One of those classes where you felt like the students were taking control. Like you felt like teaching is not for me. This is it. I'm leaving as of tomorrow. One of those classes. And then you're going to think of one of your best classes where everything was just gelling. All the activities were going well. Your students were participating. They were interested. Everything just seemed to be working in your favor. So you're going to just take a minute, think of those 2, and we're going to I want you to share and just talk about it. Is he reaching? The feeling it? Okay. Okay.
We're under the EDIT 5004 or the approval.
Both of them should have it. I'm actually under. I started I just haven't by the end of the class. Okay, are we ready now? All right, so I'm going to just ask randomly. Jessica?
Okay, what exactly do you want to know? You just want to hear about my experience?
Yes, just tell me about your experience, and then I have two questions to ask you.
Okay. I have last term I had a Form 2 introduction to business class, and yeah, by far that was my worst class. The students just like to talk, and it was a big class, so they just like to talk. They were not misbehaving, they just like to talk and disrupt the class. So how I dealt with that, I started changing the seating arrangements. That's one thing I did, and because it was they were groups of students, they came from different classes. What would happen is that I would just allow them to come into the class and have a seat. But then when I realized that was not helping the situation, I would have them line up outside, settle down first, and then have them walk in and assign seating. So I found that helped a lot. My good class, I had a Form 3 EDPM class. That's my best class. Everybody does what they're supposed to do. Everybody's quiet. There's just this one boy. There's always that one child in your class that always wants to disrupt the class. But I find all I have to do is just have him sit next to me, and that would solve the issue with him.
Okay. All right. See? Thank you. Okay. Dana?
Excuse me. My worst class. had those students from Form 1. I taught them in Form 1 when they just came in. They will, it's an intro to business class as well.
Okay.
For the first week, second week into the first term, they were really nice. But then come the second term, they realized that certain teachers, that they could pick on certain teachers. So I think this special set of students from 1-3, I think that they wanted to test me out. So these students, I always had them after lunch. So it was always a problem.
Mm-hmm.
They would be talking, throwing seeds at each other. If plum is in season or tamarind, whatever, they would be throwing seeds at each other. And it was just ridiculous. It was just disgusting. Some of them would be farting in class, you know, and joking about it. And you have to be there in that class trying, you know, you have some good sets and you have some good, the bad sets. They pick on anything that you say, they trouble the children. It was just really chaos trying to manage them and settle them after lunch to get focused for class. So I had a really tough time with them, and I hated the class. I hated it. And I didn't like going to it, but then I spoke to them. I tried different methods, different approaches. I would probably call on those, like, it looked like a group and they were all following one person. Mm-hmm. So I used to call on this leader that they looked up to. And I used to have him assist me in class when I had papers to distribute for class, you know, assignment sheets and whatever. I would call on him and have him to distribute them and to dust the board, you know, and do little tasks for me, take the roll for me. You know, I engaged him and stuff like that. So, you know, the problem started phasing out and it started settling on because the ringleader was the one in class and stuff. Okay. And I, of course, used to change their seats. I would bring them up front because most times they would be sitting at the back. So I would bring them up front, I would change their seats, and I would pair them with those good students. Yes. Although in the beginning, the students were complaining, oh, miss, this one talking too much by me and he laughing too much by me. But then after a while, they got, but I still did not like them because of what they used to do in class. And I still got them in Form 2. But thank God I didn't get them again. But then my good class, it's a better class than what compared to other students. Because, you know, you get this one or two students who are always disruptive in class. Yeah. But in this class was always settled when you came in. They would be ready for class. They would have their books out. They would have, the board would be dusted. They would be all there. And if somebody is trying to misbehave, they would call on that individual and then it's, come on, behave yourself. It's some class. The teacher is there. You have no respect, whatever. So they were a very good set of students. They were very enthusiastic with the different activities that I planned for them. And they were very supportive. They would come and, miss, you have any miss? That's all, you know, they would come and ask questions. They were not afraid to come forward and say, okay, miss, I did some research and this is what I got, you know, sharing in class. That's one of my good class. What else I can say about them? I think that's all. They were generally involved in the education. Okay. They didn't wait for the lecture.
The interest was there.
Yes, it was.
Okay. Is there a difference between that set of students and the previous set of students? I mean, any difference that you can note?
I noticed that the homeroom sponsor did a lot of work with them. He brought in special persons to speak to them, you know, on different areas in life and stuff like that. And he was there. Yeah, he was always in the class talking to them. Even during lunchtime, he would be there giving them extra work to do and, you know, things. He got them engaged in a lot of activities and stuff. So I think that had impacted in their being settled and ready.
Okay. Yeah. That's good. All right. Rosalind, you're back. You want to share with us?
Yes, miss. Good morning.
Morning.
Again.
Mm-hmm.
Let me begin with the worst. When Dana said that she hated that class, I just could understand.
You wanted
because Yeah, that class I'm speaking about, uh, they just graduated. They just left school, and I'm so happy.
Mm.
Yes, yes. I'm sorry to say, but I have to be honest. That class, it's a fifth form social studies class, and I'm always excited when I go to that, to the class. And I always tell children, um, the key to my heart is respect. But in that class, there were a handful of girls who think that they're big, probably because, they have boyfriends and all that. And they were very disrespectful and they like to gossip. And they were very influential, in the classroom, because they were those who were quiet, they were just kind of timid, and it was easy to just, uh, well, they were intimidated by them. And most of the times, when that set of bad girls would do things or say things, the quiet ones, they would disagree, but they would not show it. You understand? So sometimes when I come to the class, I would maybe put them in groups and allow them to do certain activities in class. They would handle that part okay, because they like that kind of excitement. But if I were to give them homework, you find most of the time they would care less about homework. They would never do their homeworks. But what I hated the most is the gossip that was happening. And this I felt I had no control over. I started praying for them, yes. But I realized these students were kind of communicating with other teachers, certain other teachers who were not really correcting them, so to speak.
Okay.
So that was very bad. That part is bad because you expect teachers to, correct children, but sometimes a teacher just doesn't like another teacher and doesn't care, how the child behaves.
Which is silly.
Yes. So I'm very happy they left because I don't like rude. Yeah, but just to say a little more, or just to go further as it relates to the class that I like. That class is a first form, and what I like the most about them is that they're always ready for action, and they challenge. It's like because of the type of students that they were, I was challenged to make my lessons even more creative, and so I was always thinking and planning for them because every time I go, I have to come in with some action. And in that class, you find students uh, came out of their shells, and they made songs and they made poems, and it was just great. So even for the project that I've been doing for this summer, some of them are even involved, and they're like, Miss, are you going to come up to second form to teach me? Oh, Miss, I wanted to teach me again. So I like that feeling. I was always ready for them.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I wasn't ready for the other class,
Yeah.
but for the other class, I was constantly praying and asking God, what do I do with these people, with these children? you know and what I realized, which I did not like, the class that I didn't like, um they preferred that I just come to the class and just give them notes, just deposit notes, like the banking method, and I hated
Yeah.
that. Sometimes I just photocopy the notes and just give it to them. That's what they want. I
Okay.
don't know what to do with them anymore, but that's it. Then if you have any questions.
Okay. I just have just one they well you know your students in the as they go throughout the secondary school. I don't know if it's changed now, but the first formers are always nice and bright and pleasant, and you can mold them, and you think, oh, such
Well, yes.
possibilities. And then as they reach about third form, then the attitudes start to change. And fourth and fifth form is like they're ready to go through the gate now. They're ready. They're looking forward to. So when they reach fifth form, it's a case where, oh God, I'm counting down for them to graduate, because the attitude gets so sour for some of them. Some of them, not all. You really would love to just see the back of them and say, yes, that's it. But what I want to know though, do you think your attitude or your mindset towards them impacted the way you treated them, Rosalind?
Probably. Well, I try not to be biased. Okay, I try not to be biased when I'm teaching, when I'm dealing with anybody. And to be honest, I have to say that I tried with these children. I never insulted them. I tried my best to just be, just treat everybody equal.
Yeah.
But what I think with these particular girls, they don't like correction.
Okay.
And if a teacher stands to correct children, I don't see how, you know, that teacher might be wrong, because I'm aware of, you know, being approachable. I'm aware maybe somebody might say, oh, the way I talk to them, but I try my best to be professional with them. You know, and I just realized there was something else on the outside, like I mentioned, certain dealings with other teachers, you know, and that in itself could just break down everything. So these children, they felt, well, they don't have to take the correction. Sometimes some of them, they even started dropping class. And it wasn't my class alone they start dropping. They start dropping other classes too. So I wouldn't say I had a problem. I mean, I would admit it if I had a problem, but that particular set, because there were other children in the class and they were doing their work.
Okay. All right, but I don't think you should allow them to influence what you do. If you plan your activities, you go and you deliver your activities, same way.
Yes, I used to deliver my activities.
Yeah.
They would, a number of them, or those who were misbehaving, yes, they got their zeros for sure. Because when I say this, I move with it.
Okay, I have one last question. What happened when you first met that group? What was it like when you first met that group? Did you get to know them? What was it like when you first met them?
Well, when I first met them, it wasn't that bad. Although I wasn't pleased, and some of them were not. Why? Because they expected to have moved up to fifth form with their previous fourth form teacher. And I do not like, as a teacher, I don't like to take over anybody's children. If you teach a child in fourth form, the child now has moved up to fifth form, I think the teacher should continue. But it so happened that didn't happen, and and the reason why it didn't happen, I'll tell you, is because the fourth form teacher really didn't want to go up to fifth form with them because they were so miserable in fourth form. So it's like I just got the blow. And when I came, I approached them nicely. I told them, hey, let's be a family here. I am here to help you. I want to help you. But some of them took it. But like I said, this group of girls, big girls, they think they're big before their time.
Yeah.
They think they try to challenge me, but I didn't let them. Some of them used to go to the principal and make complaint, and I really used to stand up, even to the principal himself sometimes. So because they're rude, and he knows that they're rude.
Okay. All right. Well, we can breathe a sigh of relief come September.
Yes. Yes. I'm happy. I'm happy they left. Really.
This is Jessica. I have a question.
Yeah.
I had an incident in a class where, you have some students in the class that you always have to correct, and, they're not doing what they're supposed to do, talking. And towards the end of the term, one of the students made a comment that I like or prefer certain students in the class. And she's very rude and somebody I always have to be correcting. And I told her, I asked her why she said that, and she said she could just see that I like certain people in the class. I'm like, but you're rude. I always have, whenever I tell you something, you roll your eyes, you want to suck your teeth. So what do you want from me? You know, there are certain students in the class, they will do whatever. I don't have to call them. They will do their work. If they need to stay back, they will stay back. And I'm just like, if you would do what you're supposed to do, I won't have to call you. I won't have to be checking up on you all the time, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to know if that was
professional, that you like some students and don't
no,
like.
it's not that I like some students. It's just that she got the impression that I preferred certain students in the class.
Oh,
Because I don't think that I treated her any different than anybody else. It's just that I would reprimand her or call on her when she's not doing what she's supposed to be doing.
Okay. All right. Well, what I would suggest, before you say, Rosalind, what I would suggest is that you speak to her separate from the class. So talk to her, have a nice discussion with her, say X, Y, Z, this is how we're going to move from this point onwards. You know, I expect this of you, and so on, so on, so on, so on, and so forth. Instead of maybe calling her out in front of everybody else.
But
yes,
I've spoken to her before. Her mother actually had to come to the school where she spoke to all of her teachers, and everybody had the same thing to say. So yes, so it's not that I was picking on her.
Okay,
so, but do you get students in the class who, I'm asking everybody else in the class, you have students that are miserable, always misbehaving. And then when you correct them, they say that you're picking on them. Does anybody else have that experience?
Yes, Miss, just to say, Miss, when I wanted to speak, those students in the class, the worst class, I have met with them personally. I always do that with children. Sometimes once, twice, 3 times, always call them by themselves and speak to them in love, like my own daughter, like my own sister. You know, so it's not that, you know, I didn't implement some of the qualities of classroom, you know, teacher qualities for classroom management. As Jessica just explained, these children, they can be very, very, very rude. And then they think that you prefer others than them. You know, sometimes I just refer them to the guidance counselor. With reference to the question Jessica asked in terms of children saying that they're picking. Nobody really never tell me that. But there was a student who came to me, and that is in one of my favorite class, that same first form. She came to me and she told me that other teachers are picking on her. And because of the relationship I had with them, I spoke to her privately and I did tell her, yes, there are certain things about you, you know, because other teachers see her as rude. And I see certain qualities of rudeness, certain, you know, instances of rudeness. She wasn't rude to me, but I could pick it up, and I spoke to her. I am still dealing with her because I don't want her to think that people are picking on her. I want her to see her errors, you know, and try to change. So I can identify with what Jessica just said.
Okay.
I've had a situation. Hold on. Don't court me. Just me. Right. I've had a situation where it actually was my worst class ever. And I don't mean classes in one instance. I mean the whole school year was torture. And I would find my teacher friends, I would go to that complain. I'm like, really, is it okay if you hate a student? They're like, no, you don't hate. I'm like, no, trust me. This grade 13 student and I may not make it through the year together. I would go to the class and I have an activity and I'm a bubbly person and I let my class know that this is me, this is how I am, take it or leave it. She decided to leave it. And she was letting me know she was leaving it. So it's a 2-hour class and homegirl is coming to class 15 minutes late. And as we reach to the bell, she wants to know if I'm done and she can go. I'm doing an activity, she's falling asleep. I'm directing people to the internet to do whatever it is that I've prepared. She don't want to go on the internet. I'm giving notes and she going, Miss, can I just read up on it? And I'm like, you know what, fine, go on. It's okay. I'd try and tune her out, but then she'd start bringing people with her. And it was very hard because A, she was a really good student. B, she gave the previous teacher wonderful results, but you see, I was not the previous teacher.
Mm-hmm.
And come hell or high water, I would never be enough because she loved and missed the previous teacher.
Oh.
And she was letting everyone know it. I hated her, she hated me. It was a mutual hatred society. And she was fine with just being stuck in that mode. And she was affecting me personally. Like I'd go home and bawl. Just, I don't know what's right. You just do this. Terrible.
I know,
Terrible.
I know.
And I was trying everything that I knew. Right, let's try something exciting. Okay, let's not be too effervescent at this class. Let's try and be a little more stoic. But I drew the line at trying to be the previous teacher. Previous teacher is fine. She's a wonderful teacher. In fact, she was my HOD. So I can't very well go and say, she's not doing this and that, because I know she loves that student. That student loves her. That is fine. That's wonderful. But I could not get this student to understand that different teachers have different approaches, and that doesn't mean that any one of them are bad. I was also trying to get her to understand that the way you behave in class and the way you approach things says more about you as a student than what the teacher is or is not doing. Yeah. And it was really hard, really, really hard. I don't know how I made it through that year without having some sort of mental break. The things that worked for me, constant reminders that just like teachers have different personalities, students have different personalities. So she wasn't all up in my face and excited about the puzzle and woo about the game, and that was fine. And I had to find a way for that to be okay. So she would go to the other teacher and complain. I would just go through the mental checklist. Did I say this? Did I do this? Did I give her the objectives? Did I identify so and so? And I found myself in that little conversation that you have right before you start the meat of the lesson. I would say things like, and it's okay if this is not the method that works for you. Remember, you are a student and you've been a student for a while, so by now you know what works for you. And if your intelligence says that you respond more to reading and writing, then it's up to you to figure a way, when I've introduced a topic in this particular way, to translate it some way that works for you. Yeah. And so that was when I found, of course this is only looking back, that she would kind of calm down on the complaining. Okay. And just say, Miss, can I read this? Or she'd just be calm, and then after she'd like, can I read this part and this part? And I'd be like, yeah, that's exactly it. And because that's what worked for her, the reading and the handouts and the notes, that was her thing. Totally not my thing. Totally not my thing. Okay. On the flip side, though, I've had students that are younger, 10th grade, that, oh my gosh, I'm going to lapse into patois, guys, and I'm sorry, but I have to. Some students you don't forget, and I tell my younger students this now. You have two ways to make yourself memorable. One is the great way, you're always asking questions, always involved, and always doing this and that. And the other way is a not so great way. You complain, you cuss, you distract people, you just never settle, and the teacher guaranteed the teacher will know your name. This was my introduction to Miss Weller in 10th grade. Miss, I don't know why they let me do the IT. I don't want to IT. I don't want to IT. This was the volume, the whole class. And I would say to her, Kadisha, please, could you be calm? And there were a couple of times that I lost my temper, but that was just how she communicated that this was different and strange and weird. And she was letting me know that she didn't want to do this anyway from the beginning. And why do they have her doing this? And this is not where she plans to go. And you think that over the summer between 10th grade and 11th grade she'd come? No. And for the whole 2 years, Miss, I don't know how to do IT. I don't want to IT. I don't want to IT. I don't like IT. It was non-stop. It was like walking into a room where the people promise to have loud music blaring on both sides and people swinging at your head with a hammer, and you have the hard hat on, but that was it. I would see her and I knew what was coming. And she was in a class and there were a couple other people that were not quiet either.
Oh.
But by sixth form, she was no longer doing computer science. And every time we'd see each other, it would be, Miss, hi, how you doing? Because she persevered. She kind of just made her way through it. And I didn't submit. I didn't say, yes, you're right. You're terrible at IT. Forget about it. Let's put it one side. Partly because my character wouldn't allow me to do that, but partly because they don't allow that at school again. I'll drop out subject. But approaching things from different angles, like you said, Rosalind, mixing up the groups, not always putting them in the same groups. Like you said, Jessica, that was one of the things that I did, mix up the classroom seating so that the same people were not always sitting together. Sometimes she would be the leader of a group, sometimes she would be the person following. I would make a point to ask her questions, but because I had, and it was right around the same time as Miss complains a lot in sixth form, because I knew that some students were very, very vocal and don't care who they're complaining to. So today they're complaining to HOD and tomorrow they're complaining to their parent and the day after that they're going straight to the principal. I would make a mental check to say, okay, is it that I am calling on this person because I know they are weak in this area? Or am I calling on them because they have made themselves known to me in either a positive or a negative way? And sometimes I want to call her, but I say, no, let me draw back, let me call somebody else. Or you kind of put your blinders on, you're in the class and you're talking to the whole class, but you say, this one going to complain, that one going to complain, that one. Let me just ignore them today when I'm calling on people. So you give instructions and you tell them so and so and so, but you're making a point not to call on them. And I found that some of the times it would be, Miss, you never called on me today, what happened? And sometimes it would be, oh, she didn't call on me, okay. And you'd get a good response. Sometimes it all went to pot and it didn't work anyway, and you want to go home and say, I really should be a drug addict because I need to change my mental state after that class. But I found for a lot of it, it was perseverance. Just keep pushing, especially when you reach that second term where you just want to be done with them. You're over it. You cannot manage anymore. You're praying for a vacation or a big accident. Either way, you're going to get a break. Hurricane season starts. You're like, why couldn't this have started 2 months ago? I needed the rain to kind of give me a pause. But that was, oh goodness. Sometimes I feel like I need to give myself an award because the classes are just
a lot.
A lot.
Yeah, a lot.
A lot.
All right. Jessica is all smiles over there.
You're not alone, Jess. You're totally not alone.
Ophelia, could you share with us, please?
Okay. Let me start with my good first.
Mm-hmm.
My best class, I wish they just graduated and I wish I would have gotten them again.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were always settled, they were very responsible. I would leave work for them to do. Like step out of the class for a few minutes, leave work for them to do. When I come back, they're in the class doing the work. Although some of them will not do everything, or they will just sit there laughing and whatever. But I will not get them all over the school around, misbehaving or anything. Also, if I'm not there and I send work, I would always designate somebody, give different students chances, opportunities to run the class for me. So I do not need a teacher in the class, and but I believe they were my best class because I was half of them. I was the homeroom teacher, and I never had any problem with them. And I think they were the best in all classes. They were very well behaved as well. My worst class, my worst class became one of. It wasn't my best class, but it became It became a class that I liked. If I had given an opportunity to teach the class now, I would have go ahead and teach that class. Because after being with them for 2 years, as in the worst class, I had no choice but to find means and ways of dealing with them. So it was the biggest class, a very, very big class with majority boys, and all of them had a problem. Each of my boys had a problem. That one smoking, that one doing this, that one doing that. They come to class high, and it was always a problem. And I had them after lunch. So when they come in after lunch, they come in with all their issues. Their eyes red, they smell of incense perfume because they just finished smoke, or I don't know. That I tell you, nobody wanted to see that class, but I had to try my best. I used to do strange things with them other teachers would not do, like bring them out, literally out of the class, bring them under the gazebo to have class with them. Get a lot of activities for them, handouts for them, make them do baby things sometimes, even if they would not want to do it or they would complain, some of them, like cutting and sticking. Have chats and, designate responsibility for them. You do this on the chat, you do that on the chat, or take on the responsibility of doing the activity using the chat, an entire chat. And I would give them sometimes even puzzles to do, word search. But I would, like I said, things other teachers probably would not do, I would do with them. Sometimes I would give them a break to eat. I know that's strange, but I would actually give them a break to eat in the class. And I would tell them, you all know me already. Other teachers don't do it. You cannot spoil the opportunity. Just do it or do whatever you're doing fast, and we need to move on. And I don't know, I think I got them to like me. And after, that was it. When I come to class, they would be settled. Even if some of them might not be settled, because the boys were I had terrorist boys, like really, 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 really bad boys. Boys that sometimes they were suspended, in-house suspension, sometimes they were out of school. But then I had to find means and ways, like I said. So now when I pass in town, on the streets, if they would not call me or they would suck their teeth when they see me or passing on the road, hey, miss, hey, they'll shout me from a distance. What you doing, miss? But that's it.
Okay, all right. You use some strong words there.
Yes, the terrorist.
Some nice words. Yes, the terrorist was, you have to be careful, Luckily, this is not the America. When the terrorists, it would flash, you would have red lights flashing. But I know boys can be quite a handful, or many hands full, because at a certain stage, there are so many things, so many issues that they face. And I think what some teachers fail to recognize is that even though they're students, and we term them as children because children fall within an age range up to 18, they have a lot of issues, and even some more issues than some of our adults, because what happens when they go home? Is there a mother and a father there? Do they have to take care of siblings? Some of them have to hustle, that word, hustle, to get lunch money and to get to eat food and all of those things. So I like, as Taylor mentioned, you weren't seeing her, I don't know if you heard her, but you said my boys. You took ownership. It's because you had that relationship with them. And you also said, oh?
That's how it is now. Before they were terrorists. Sorry to say.
Okay,
that's why I said,
hold them, your boys.
I will teach them now.
Yes.
Because what I had before, 2 years straight. What I had before and now, they're different.
Different, which is good.
Yeah.
That is the difference that we need to make as teachers. That's the difference that we really need to try and make. It's difficult. I know it is difficult. And like you said at the beginning, you never wanted to see them. You said it's a big class. How many students are you talking about?
I had about 32.
32. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And majority boys, just a few girls.
Repeat that?
Just a few girls.
Just a few girls and majority boys. That can be very rough.
Sometimes I would hold my head and squeeze my head, say, Lord have mercy. Then I realized I'm going to complain too much. I'm going to that black book too much. So I stopped it. I said, all of that will be over. I am not going to black book. I'm not going to report them. I'm not putting them outside of my class so they can go and disturb any other class. They're staying in there and they need to behave themselves. It was hard, but
I know it was hard work. I feel it for you. All right. So thank you very much for all these examples. There are some main things that came out. And I was going to ask how you dealt with it, but you all gave me your strategies that you use. Sometimes we don't think about it, but these are the things we are doing the problem solving in our classrooms as we go along. And we have to be quick on our feet. I have to think. I mean, when you have students smoking in lunchtime and coming to you high, what can you do with them? It is very difficult. It's not a problem just there. It's a problem everywhere. We have it a lot. So, all right. So we looked at, there are some pointers that came out. So we have to pay attention to the classroom setting, the arrangement. And a number of you said that you had to change that up. So, but what I recognize though, you could only do that after you got to know your students. That's when you could do your classroom arrangement, right? So that is very important. Assigning duties, some of you did that. You placed one to sit near you, you gave one to hand out documents, and once you got the leader, I see Dexton joining us. Welcome, Dexton.
Morning, everyone.
Okay. You are listening? No, okay,
No,
okay.
Assembly.
Okay. All right, so once you got the leader involved, then you realize everybody else would follow. That's another popular scenario too. You always have a class with some ringleaders in there, and you have to get those persons involved. Also, there was a set of students, as you said, the homeroom teacher or the classroom teacher try to assist them in their holistic development. So they had speakers coming in and talking about different issues, which was good also. You can do that from time to time. Have persons come in and present during your class on different topics. Your interpersonal relationship, Rosalind said that respect is very important. I agree with you. It is important that the students respect you as teachers and that you respect the students also. You can't take the student back and kick it all the way over across the floor. That is not showing respect. You can't say, hey, for lack of a better word, idiot boy, go sit down. That is not showing respect. So you have to, respect has to be mutual. As one student said, there's a mutual hatred. We need to have that mutual respect, okay? Your mindset, your attitude towards the student, very important. You have to have that positive, no matter what, you have to have that positive attitude. You can't go in there and let the student even have that slight inkling of a doubt or thought that you prefer other students over him or her, because then you will see an effect. You will see a change in attitude. You will see the students start to act in a particular way. Classroom behavior, the students' attitude also. If you can get the students interested in the subject, if you can get the students to also like you, as Ophelia said, then that would be very good. And your preparation, your knowledge, it's very important. If they know that you know your stuff, you know what you're talking about, you know how to teach the subject, then that also will gain, you will gain points in their favor. One person also mentioned about ignoring. I've had that experience. I was teaching at a primary school, not here, and there was a student, this was in Turks and Caicos, and surprisingly the student there was actually a Jamaican student. The grade 6 teacher was off, and I had to fill in for her for the time. And every time I would enter that class, that student had something to say. And so I entered the class and the student would say, torture, this is torture. And so I had to, after a while I ignored him. And so he would throw books off the table and he would make noise and I would just ignore him. And then after a while he was, he would call to me like, Miss, so and so and so. So I realized he was an attention seeker. So you have to just get to know them and to just know how to deal with them. You can't take them too personal. You will go home and they will stress you, believe me. All right, but I like what I see, I like it. But one thing I just want to mention also, one of the things that can help to make or break the student's development is the parental involvement. Very important. And what I wanted to ask, but I don't think you'll be able to answer, is how involved the parents are in the lives of the students. In the classes that you mentioned where you had your worst classes and the students were terrorists and so on, how involved are the parents in their lives? Because this is really the turning point. It can make or break the students. The parental involvement is very important. So if you get a chance, and I know we already as teachers have a lot doing, if you get a chance, you try to establish that connection with the parents. Okay? Yes.
Miss, let me say something.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. When Taylor's finished, you can speak.
Okay. All right.
I didn't mention my best class.
Okay.
My best class, even today, again, a grade 13 class. But what was special about this class, talk about knowing your students. I had, when they were in 12th grade, I taught them in 12 and 13, so that carrying through. Mm-hmm. Out of the 11 students, or was it 12? 2 of them were totally new to school, totally new to the group. Mm-hmm. Out of the remaining students, only 1 of them was not my student from 10th grade. So I knew them 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade, 13th grade. By the time we got to 13th grade, oh my gosh, I was looking forward to class, they were looking to class. We were a close-knit family. And out of that close-knit family, we had sessions where they would need to talk about what's on their chest. So I knew whose auntie was bothering, whose cousin kicked off which laptop off the bed, and she's not paying for it, and now it's broken, miss, and I'm upset, and da-da-da-da-da. And even now, they are in second year university. I have half of them on my WhatsApp. The other half send me emails regularly. They're all on my Facebook account. Some of them are on my LinkedIn account. I will see them or their parents on the road or on campus. And, Miss, how you doing? What's going on? So sometimes it wasn't even that I had to go and seek out the parent. They would see. These were the parents that were willing to send an email, drop a note, send a message, a handwritten message, definitely come into performance review. Those who are unable to come are contacting me the week before. Miss, I don't think I can make it. Can we set up another time? So and so and so. Or I'd see them in the parking lot. How is she doing in class? Is she getting enough reading on this, that, and the other? It's been really hard trying to replicate that. I'm not even going to try. I assume that lightning and thunder happened at the right time. The planets were aligned. It was, everybody in my family knows about my pieces of 8. That's what I call them.
Yeah. Because
by the time we got to 13th grade, some had left, some had gone other places. It was 8 of them in the room. Me and 8 students. Everybody have a common goal. Those who are struggling know what they're struggling in. They're either talking to me or they're talking to the ones in the class that are stronger in that area. Those who are ill, Miss, I don't think I can come for the rest of the week, but I'm going to send you a message on so and so and so. Or I'll tell them they're to read this. And they're contacting me before the week is out, say, Miss, I read 1 and 2. I don't know if I'm going to read through 3, but I'll get through it by next week. And I'll say, okay, remember the test is coming. You're going to need the It was a beautiful experience, and definitely the parental involvement was huge. But I see similar things for my 7th grades. The ones that I know are the ones whose parents have been. And you might say, well, 7th grade, what they're going to. But it says a lot. If a parent is willing to come and talk to you about any little thing or identifies you and say, oh, that's the IT teacher. Oh, Miss, you know, she has such a great time in the class, or thank you for not making her feel out of place because you know she has a learning disability. And I'm like, everybody have their challenges to get through it. Just get through it. So it's a really big deal because as teachers, sometimes it's hard to send that extra email or make that additional call, or we have enough things to do. But it says a lot when the parent is willing to take that extra step. And sometimes it's not the parent, sometimes the big sister or whoever is normally taking them to school, you know, and they say, how's she doing so and so? You know, her mother wasn't able to come to so and so, but she wanted me to check with you, you know. Or I remember she was struggling with that SBA last week. Did she give it in? Did she, you know, it says a lot. It says a lot, and it makes things easier for me, but it also says something to the student. They will say things like, Miss, no, I have to do it because I know mommy don't call you if I don't give it in. Or, no, Miss, I'm going to, and that was up with me, but you're saying, remember, Mrs. Batchelor is expecting you to, and that just kind of pushed me forward, and you kind of going, ee! But it's nice because it means that you're there, not necessarily in body, but there's an authority figure that's showing interest, showing concern, and at the same time prodding them. So that's a really big thing. It's a really big thing.
All right. Dexter, you joined us shortly. We were talking about. Yes, Rosalind had something to say, but let me just tell Dexter what we're sharing.
Oh, okay.
We're sharing our best classes. We're looking at classroom management, and we're sharing our worst classes and our best classes. And so they were telling us, telling each other about what the class was like, what was happening in the class, why it was the worst class, and what was happening in the class, why it was the best class, and so on. I asked a few questions. So if you want, just think about yours, if you want to share. Rosalind has something to say. Go ahead.
Yes. As you were talking about parental involvement, I just wanted to add something. I think parental involvement is extremely important, when it comes to really having the child, to stay focused.
Yes.
And yes, and I have had wonderful experiences where I communicate with parents, they come in and, the child or the children begin to make some positive changes. But the children whom I've had the most difficulty with, like the boy I mentioned, and even some of these girls that I spoke about, sad to say, their parents, are very negative, and their parents, they influence the children, to continue to be rude. Even the boy, his mother came to the school a number of times, and she cursed down the principal, she cursed down the teacher, she encouraged the child to just be rude. So when the parental involvement is good, but sometimes those parents, sometimes I would describe them as being crazy. Or maybe, as Jessica said, was it not Jessica? Ophelia? Probably they are terrorists themselves, and so they just encourage the children to be bad, and that is so sad. Because these girls, her mother, don't talk about it. The boy, his mother, and it's always the mother. But I remember a situation, not with my student, another student, where the father came into the school and he walked about the school and he cursing and threatening people, so there are some really wicked parents, I have to say.
All right. Yes, Jessica?
Yes, just to add on what Rosalind said, you do find the students that, in my school, the students that we have the most trouble with, at least those have parents. We have some students who have no parental supervision at home. For example, we have a boy, his mother is in the US and she just sends money for him, and he lives on his own and he does everything. There's no parental supervision at all. I think he has an aunt that checks upon him ever so often, but...
How old is he, Jessica?
He is maybe 15.
He lives on his own?
Yes. And that's the situation. We also have another one. I think his mother died when she was going through childbirth with him. His father is in jail, and he lives with his grandmother, who is really old, and she can't really do much for him. So he's basically on his own. Because when we have parent-teacher conference, he looks for the random person to come to represent him because he has nobody at home that can actually come to represent him.
Wow.
So we do have those situations trying to deal with at our school.
Okay. It's not as uncommon as you think. Taylor is telling me, yes, there are situations. And I've heard of others, but wow, to think that there is no other relative that could assist
So actually
on his own though.
smaller siblings to do.
Yes, on his own.
Yes, Miss, I have those situations at my school as well. I have those, and I even have situations where the parents, they support the children, in prostitution. And while at school, we are trying to help the children. When they go home, nobody is being an example to them, and then teachers have to deal with all that.
Wow, and they come into the classroom with all these issues, right?
So you just said the wrong thing and
Wow.
use that.
Yeah. So you have to be careful what you say to whom. Dexter, do you have any experiences you want to share with us quickly?
Well, okay, I'm thinking of a worst class, and I have to deal with a couple of rotten classes, Well, it's really hard to say which one of them is worse. I'm being honest, it's really hard. But generally speaking, I have this 8th grade class. They talk. I think a couple of them are in competition to see who can be the rottenest.
Yes.
Everybody trying to struck the worst colors, What I did with that class, I identified the gang leaders, the ring leaders, right? And I used them. I said, Mayu, come here. I'm going to go to the bathroom. You are in control of your friends. I'm putting you in charge of the class until I come back. And then suppose for a minute, you come back and put it in charge. So if any one of them talk, you are responsible for them. That's what I do with that class. Some of them, I take them out, I deal with them one-on-one outside of class, of the classroom setting. Some of them I try to contact their parents. Others I try to work with disciplinary routes as much as I can. I write them up. I set them to the dean of discipline. I try to call their parents. I run them through the mill as much as I can. It has worked for some calling parents and so forth, and it has worked. I've seen success where it is concerned. I think some nurses, though, they have reading challenges, and they try to put forward themselves in the best way they think they can. Maybe some of them are attention seekers. Some of them, I'm telling you, they are bigger than you in terms of the issues, the things that they talk about. You don't want to hear what they talk about. The big woman's story, you don't want to hear. I'm telling you. Rotten. Talking about them. Anyway, let me leave that alone. The best class I've had. The best class I've had. I have a couple of those too. Some adults or some students who have dropped out of school and they have come up for evening classes and they know what failure feels like and what the world of work is, and they have come back and they know what they want and what they need to get in order to succeed. I think those classes for me are some of the better classes, some evening classes. And I've had I have a 10th grade class with some students that were really focused. They knew what they wanted. They were listening to tell their friends, no, don't talk to me right now. I don't want to hear what you have to say right now. They were so focused. They would even yell, want to even yell at those who are disrupting the class, or try to interrupt their learning process. In order for them to get what is being taught, they are willing to silence others. That class was probably the best class. Was a cardiac atmosphere. I could run appropriate jokes, in context of the lesson, and they were receptive. And that class, no one was trying to show up in the bad cause. Everybody was trying to compete to get the highest grade and so forth. So that class for me was the best class, 10th grade class. Yep.
All right. Okay, so I think you just you repeated some of what I mentioned, and some of what the others mentioned too. That it is very important that you understand and you know and understand the needs of your students. All right, I had mentioned. Let me see if I can share this document. That would be easier. All right, so the document that says classroom management in perspective. It's very lengthy, as I mentioned, but there's a little table on page 25, and it says, and there are 5 factors listed. They come under 3 different headings, but the 5 factors are helping. One of them says helping students evaluate and correct unproductive behavior. Now, we don't do this maybe in a formal way, but we do something similar to these things. So there are school-wide student management programs. I don't know what they have at your school, but you know there tend to be more punishment than anything else for the misbehaviors. But there are some other schools that might have programs to sort of help students to get in line. Also, as I mentioned earlier, that one with, I don't remember who said it, that this classroom teacher brings in persons to talk to them to sort of maybe help them to develop or improve self-esteem, self-worth, to really get them to focus and to really understand and see the purpose of coming to school. Because some students come to school and they don't want to come to school because parents send them, because maybe they have to. Some students come to school, I don't know if you have a feeding program in Dominica or St. Lucia, but some people go to school to get the lunch. That is just the situation. So what happens then after lunch? How much can you get out of them? So you have to have these things to sort of support the teaching experience. Just cannot be like that by itself. You have to have these things to support it. Developing individual behavior change plans. Yes, Dexter, you had something to say?
In addition to what you're saying, a colleague of mine said to me the other day that school is a haven for some students, because if some of them didn't come to school and they stayed home, they would be killed or they would be in prison, right? Because some of them are involved in gangs and other activities, and school is a hideaway and is a refuge for some of them. So actually school is a lifesaver for some students.
Yes, yes. There was one of the course I did called seminars on, it looks like issues in education in the Caribbean, and violence in schools was one of them, and it spoke about the same thing. And when they started to look at making schools safer, they had to look at a whole number of, a list of issues in terms of even just fencing around the schools. There were some schools that had blind spots, that had things going on that if they had a security guard, they couldn't see. The fact that students are in gangs, and when you have students from rival gangs in a classroom, how do you keep your class? And sometimes they're there, you might not know, but when you start to pair them or put them in groups and you realize that, no, me nah do nothing with that, this I want to show, or this I want to, me nah do nothing with that one. That's when you realize that there are bigger issues in there to deal with. So all of these things are things that we have to consider. There are limits to what we can do as teachers, but there should be, as I said, a support group. There should be measures in place that can help to support this. So you use problem-solving methods. Some of them you listed. You should provide professional responses to student disruptive behavior. As I said, you don't just shame or shun the students in a very disrespectful manner. There are some students, though, that they will sort of bring it out in you, and you want to tell them, in a sense, go sit down. It will come to you, but you must not let that come out. You must be professional at all times. Organization and management, developing behavior norms, and implementing methods that maximize on-task student behavior. So this is where you have allowed the group leaders to be very influential in your class. If you would speak to your, sometimes if you get your students to understand what it is you want from day one, then you find that you have a more productive class as you go along. Jessica had to line up our students, allow them to settle outside before she brought them in. I think it was Jessica, or was it Dana? And seat them where she wanted them to be seated. I'm not sure. I don't remember if it was Dana or Jessica, one of the two of you. But there are strategies that you can do, right? Motivation and instruction, incorporating teaching methods that motivate students by responding to their learning needs. Thalia mentioned as she had a disruptive student, or the student that began to be disruptive, that she had to explain that there are different methods. But since she was at grade 13? At grade 13, you expect them to be take the responsibility of their learning, right, in hand. So she made it known that, yes, we're doing it this way, but if you find that X method works better for you, then you find a way to do it that way. So if you find that reading it is better for you, then you can read it and find the information in the book or wherever it is. So you assist them to understand, right? Interpersonal relationship, we can't stress this enough. Working with parents, we mentioned this, it's very important. Creating positive peer relationship, allowing them to work together and to understand each other and appreciate each other, because you find students are very critical, and a lot of students, they might have self-esteem issues, and other students will, the critique or the criticism from other students will help to, you find that this will make them that some might even go into depression. They might become very negative and so on, right? Establishing positive teacher-student relationships. This is very, very important also. We spoke about that, and mutual respect. And the last factor, developing a sound theoretical foundation, understanding students' personal needs, and understanding classroom management. So you have to be able to, when a student does good, you have to let them know, you give them the feedback, positive feedback, and so on. If they don't, when you have your rules already, you have what it is that if you do something, this is the consequence, then they know that if they do it, then be prepared and make sure that you make sure that consequence is delivered. So you don't say something and not do it. You have to make sure that you stick to your word. All right, is there anything, as I said, please, when you get the chance, you can just skim through this document. It is very lengthy. If you get a chance to read through it, it's very informative. What you find is that there's some of the things that we do, we don't really think about. It talks about it, but I started by discussing, because you find that we live it. This is our experience. Even if we don't know, we don't put it in a theoretical context, or we don't frame it, we don't have a formal way of, or formal terms of talking about it. We actually have the experience when it comes to classroom management. Okay, are there any points, any statements, anything you want to add? You want to mention that was not mentioned? No? Okay.
Yes, Miss. I wanted us to talk a little bit about something that we discussed earlier. In terms of making children or performing in a way for children to like you. Should that be the focus of the teacher, to get students who like them? Because should because I think you mentioned that earlier, right? Should that be my focus as a teacher when I go to school? You know, in whatever I have to do, one of them is to try for the children to like me.
All right, that's a good question. Should you behave in such a way that for your students to like you? Okay, I say that no matter what you do, not all your students will like you. Taylor mentioned that she has a bubbly personality, and that student is a good student, but the student was just not liking her. She would provide activities and she thought were interesting and nice and engaging, and the student just did not like her. It is not your duty to make the students like you, but there are some things that you must do. You must have that respect for your students, and you must develop that relationship with your students. And out of that, then you will know there's some students who will not like you, but they will still respect you. There are some of them now that you can't make them like you all the time. What Ophelia did was she had to find a way to reach out to those students, and what she did work for those students. So I don't think your focus should be making them like you. Your focus should be preparing yourselves properly to come into the classroom to teach, providing that environment for the students to want to participate, and providing that relationship, making that connection with the students. I think should be your main focus. I don't know if anybody feels differently. Anybody wants to add anything?
I agree with what you said.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, I agree as well, Miss, because when I did all what I did, there was a bond between us.
Okay.
A bond was created, and we understood each other. I got to know them. After being with them for so long, I got to know them. We understood each other, and then they were able to relate to me better, rather than coming to the class, like I said, all high, or just being disruptive, giving trouble, or how late in my class. You understand? They knew what I expected and what I wanted of them, and that's what I wanted.
Okay. Did they stop smoking in lunchtime though?
Well, they stopped because I stopped taking the smell of the perfume, because they used to put incense on them, oil perfume on them.
Okay.
After lunch. So what I did was that I spoke to the other teachers, and I had the security to monitor them, because our school is on like almost 5 acres of land, and there's a lot of yard, and there are places where they can go and smoke. So then we had to be on the watch during lunchtime. While you're eating, you have to be very observant and see what's going on.
Okay.
So then that's how we were able to manage, because I was not the only person with the problems of smoking. Other teachers had that same problem.
Okay.
Yeah. But then they came more settled. I was able to teach a class without being so disruptive, where I have to spend most of my time correcting. That's how it used to be. And forgetting about the students that want to learn. We are always focused on, don't do this, don't do that, keep quiet, sit down, settle down, behave yourself.
Okay. All right. Any other comments? All right. What I'm going to do for the remaining classes, since it's 9 to 2, and this is going to be difficult. What I've decided to do is to do 9 to 11, break half an hour, and then we do 11:30 to 1:30. This is my time, and then we'll finish class. So is that, I don't know if you can manage at 1:30. Yes, because it's too.
So we would have just have half an hour break?
Yeah, so half an hour in between. Unless you want to take your 1 hour between, you want to do 11 to 12, 1 hour, and then we go 12 to 2. Taylor, what do you think? That's fine. What does everybody else say? there are the two options. Option 1, 9 to 11. We break for half an hour, and then we come back 11:30 to 1:30, and we end class. Or we go 9 to 11, we break 1 hour, we come back at 12 and end at 2.
I rather the half an hour.
You rather the half an hour? The rest of you say?
Whichever one, it's fine.
Whichever one is fine. Next on.
Yeah, I work with a half hour.
You work with the half an hour. Okay. All right. So we're going to work with the half an hour. All right. Regarding the first thing that you must do, your micro teaching. Have you sorted out the micro teaching? The final details of your micro teaching. Are you having any issues with that? Have you sorted it out?
I'm having a little issue.
Uh-huh.
My issue is just trying to get an appropriate time to suit everyone, who has to really be there with me. For example, the person who's going to be videotaping it, and also the people who would be my students. So most people are available the times when I'm in class.
Okay.
So that's one of my big issue here.
Okay. All right. So we finish at 1:30. You think they could maybe, because we will be finishing at 1:30 for the remaining classes.
Okay. So now that I know that, I have to make some calls to arrange, for, well, it cannot be on Tuesday because we're having another class. That's another thing there.
Yeah.
So I would have to arrange for Wednesday after I'm through with class, either after I'm through or before, because especially the person who's coming to videotape, that's the only person I have that can really help me out, and that person is coming from far. I live in the north. The person is coming from the south, so I just have to be flexible to work with the person's time. That's the only thing.
All right. Taylor said to remind you that you don't have class on Thursday because it's our independence. I don't know what arrangements Mrs. Rodney made. Oh, okay. So I'm told there's no class on Thursday. So you have Thursday.
Oh, that's wonderful. Do you know it's a holiday for us today?
Today
is a holiday?
Yes, it's a holiday in Dominica. It's an August holiday, and it's a beach day. A lot of people on the beach.
It's August holiday. It doesn't have a particular name.
I don't remember the name. I just know it's August Monday. Honestly.
That's not very Dominican, Rosaline.
I know that's true, but for the past time, I don't remember anything that's not very significant. So
okay.
my mind is so consumed with classes. Then. Sometimes I forget to eat, so I don't feel bad to forget.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Might be related.
Okay,
I think
not just in time for beach.
Okay, beach day. Okay, all right. So what I'm going to look at for the rest of the class is methods of teaching. So we're looking at, there are several methods of teaching, more than what is contained in this presentation. But I'm not going to start it now. I'm going to allow you to take a break now, and we're going to come back at 11:30, and we're going to look at methods of teaching. Okay? All right, so your break will start now.
So there's there's a classwork section.
All right, so welcome back. All right, I'm assuming everybody can hear. Just nod or, yeah, okay, good. Ah, okay, there's Dexter. Okay, beautiful. All right, we're looking at methods of teaching. And this is a presentation that we're going to look at. It talks about several different methods. As I must have mentioned several times, there are a number of things that we do that we may not have a formal guideline or something formal that we follow, but we actually do it because we think we've probably tried it before, we've seen it, and we think it's something that could prove to be effective in our class. Well, we're looking at 10 methods of teaching in this presentation, but there are a number of others that may not be mentioned here. When you do your research, you'll find that some persons, you're doing it, and some persons may classify it as a method of teaching, while you just maybe think that's an activity, right? All right, so the teaching methods refer to, let me 1 second arrange these, yes. Refer to the procedures of instructions that are selected to help learners achieve the objectives or to internalize a body of content or a message. So it is whatever means or path that you choose, whatever it is that you choose, whatever process you engage in to help the students to either meet the objectives or to internalize, to make connection with the information that you're delivering, the content that you're delivering to them. All right, so we're looking at presentation, which is, I think, probably the most popular one, demonstration, discussion, drill and practice, tutorial, cooperative learning, gaming, simulation, discovery learning, and problem solving. All right, now, everybody's familiar with presentation method. I think most persons would, and I'm speaking from experience, of course, most persons would use presentation method because it's most familiar. It can be most comfortable. I think persons would use it, especially if they are not too familiar or adept with particular content. You can jump in and disagree anytime. But I can tell you from experience, if you don't know a lot about something, you don't want to deviate too much, and you want to just give them information that you feel to give the students, the audience in front of you. And you don't want to engage too much in any question and answer because you're not too familiar. But presentation covers lecturing, just delivering content. It is mainly a one-way thing. It tends to be just the lecturer or the teacher or the presenter delivering information, or as persons might say, throwing it at the audience. It's not very engaging. And so in this case, the source can be a textbook, an audio tape, a videotape, a film, an instructor or computer, even any other device that you can think of. So reading a book, listening to the audio, viewing a videotape, or attending a lecture are examples of presentation method. Right? Now, demonstration. In this this method, there is some action that is done to show or to portray a particular task or skill. So in this method, the learner views real or lifelike example of the skill or procedure to be learned. And they may be live, recorded. Sometimes you might have let's say I tend to stray to information technology examples, but let me find something else. Let's say sewing, doing a particular stitch in sewing. You might find, or embroidery, you find a video that shows how to do the stitch and you play it to your class. So that is an example of demonstration method, right? Or you can have somebody come in and you will do it. Whether in cooking, you want to show them how to make a sponge cake different from fruit cake. And so they come in and they witness the task being done so they can learn how to get to master that procedure. So
Miss, excuse me.
Yes.
Yes. Also, I'm showing how a particular automated process is done. That could be demonstration as well. So, for example, showing how chocolate is produced, a video showing a video of how chocolate is produced, or how soda is produced, or how a vehicle is produced.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, that's demonstration. All right. The third one, discussion. Now, I see this a lot. I like when persons, they use discussion as a teaching method, but discussion is not so easy. It's not as easy as you think, because what you find is if you don't have students that are willing to participate, one, who, for various reasons too, because maybe the students don't feel that they're knowledgeable on that particular topic, then you find that you are really talking at the students because they can't relate to what you're saying and they're not able to answer. So the discussion involves the exchange of ideas and feelings amongst students or among student and teacher. And it can be used at any stage of the instructional process, whether in tutorials, small groups, or large groups. It is a useful way of assessing the knowledge, skills, and attitudes of a group of students before finalizing instructional objectives. So a lot of people would say they will do an oral revision. So they will ask students what they know and they'll respond and so on. What you find is that depends on the type of questions that you ask students, it will shape the answers that you give them, of course. So you don't want to ask them yes, no questions. You want to ask them questions that they are able to express themselves, that allow them to express themselves. In addition to that, you want to make sure that what you're asking them about, they are knowledgeable about. So what some of the suggestions, well, one suggestion is that if you're going to discuss a particular topic, you present some information to them before, and then you have that discussion. So you don't just start talking about, give me something that is maybe current, unless you've presented it to them, or unless you know that's something that they are experiencing, then you will have a more lively and engaging discussion. So you have to just be mindful of whether or not the students are knowledgeable on that particular topic. So as it said, it can be used at any stage. So it would be good if you used it after you have actually done the introductory process and you've presented or they delivered the content in some way, and then you can bring that out. if you do use it at the beginning, then you will be able to get a different kind of information. You get the information whether or not the students, to find out what level the students are at, what stage the students are at. And so that will decide how you proceed in your lesson. I hope am I clear? Yeah?
Yes.
So,
Are you saying, for example, just something totally not IT. Let's say you're doing some social studies thing where they have to, you're planning to discuss something that went on recently. So first you have to make sure that the students are aware of what went on recently. So it would have been an assignment to watch the news or to read newspaper in recent past. So when they come to class, you're ready to stay. But also, you would have done the introductory activity or even lecture where you say, okay, today we're going to be looking at so and so, and so you kind of set the tone. So it's not what movie was showing on TV 2 days ago, and so you saw the ad in the news. It's specifically about the news item involving ABC that you now plan to discuss. You may not say it in so many words, but you're establishing the framework. Is that what you say?
Yes. Okay. All right. So I hope you heard Taylor, but I just want to, even though I said that, well, I am agreeing with what is said. You can use it at any stage of the instructional process. But depending on where you use it or when you use it, then you get a different kind of information. So if you use it at the beginning, then the information you get will help to guide how you proceed in your lesson. If you use it at the end, then you're really sort of doing somewhat of a review to check or evaluation to check whether or not your objectives were met. So it depends on it depends on at what point in time you engage the students in your discussion. I hope I'm not confusing you. You're clear? Yes? Okay. What do you find, how are the students' responses when you engage them in discussion? What do you find that majority of them participate? Do you find some participating? Do you find the same persons participating? What do you do in cases like that? Just to get some feedback.
Rosaline here. Yes, I find during discussion, you have fewer children, raising their hands and sharing. There are others, they are kind of timid and they stay silent. And so one of the things I do, I call on them, I ask them probing questions, to get them to really speak out. I also ask them to share from their experiences or maybe from a movie or a book that was read, etc., etc., etc.
Okay. Anybody else?
Next one here, the same. And it also depends on the topic, Some topics students are more knowledgeable about than others. So sometimes what I do, I take the long way around. I talk about something popular, something very current, something catchy, and then reel it in, right back incorporate into what I'm teaching.
Okay.
So, but most times, not all students, actually at no time at all will all students, have I seen all students willingly participate. There are some that will not participate no matter what topic is or so. So like Rosalind said, we have to definitely pinpoint students and probe them with questions and so forth. Yep.
Okay. I'm in agreement next on. Sometimes you have to, just talking about something popular, and I know music and artists, those topics, tend to do it a lot of times. Just doing that raises the students' interest. And when you have their interest, then you can guide it, you can tweak it, you can channel it in the direction you want to channel it, and sort of get them to participate in and to learn what it is you want them to learn, right? All right, so discussion can help the teacher to establish the kind of rapport with and within the group that fosters collaboration. With that word coming out again. It can be used to prepare learners for a presentation by arousing their curiosity or directing their attention to key points. Now, it looks at discussion versus recitation. And it talks here about IRE model, initiate, respond, evaluate. So in this case where you say, okay, Timmy, what is 1 + 1? Timmy would say 2. And then you say, good. So it's something like that. It follows a process. So you ask questions that you make it clear for the students to answer. And then you state whether or not you give feedback. It's important to give feedback. So you state whether or not, yes, you are correct, you're close, you are not so close, and so on. You give them feedback, right? Also, during discussions, the thoughts, ideas, feelings, and responses of all participants who have read a given text contribute to the event, and that event has an influence on a participant's eventual interpretation. So you, as I said, you present the material, you make sure that they have the body of information before you can start a really meaningful discussion. So if you want to present them with a paragraph and allow them to read, and then you discuss the paragraph, then you know everybody's presented with the same paragraph. However, person's interpretation will allow them to express, and interpretation will come from experience. And so their experiences come out and they allow them to express in different ways. And so they learn from each other. And so from them gathering and exchanging thoughts, new understandings and meanings may emerge when they interact with each other. Post-presentation discussions are essential for question and answers and for ensuring that all students understand. A number of you do it. I've mentioned that also. You need that you do your little oral review or revision or evaluation. And these discussions also ensure that each learner internalizes the message and incorporates it into his or her mental framework. And repetition is good. Repetition helps. If you have an opportunity to repeat and to rephrase and re-emphasize something 2, 3, 4 times, then it helps the students to remember. All right, now drill and practice. In this method, the learner is led through a series of practice exercises designed to increase fluency in a new skill or to refresh an existing one. So when you're learning to do multiplication or multiplying two numbers by two numbers or 3 numbers by 2 numbers and so on, you go through a series of steps. So you know that you take down this number, you multiply it, and then you move 1 step over and so on and so forth. You go through a series of steps that will help you to remember and to be able to carry on that skill as you go on to learn other things to add to it. So it is really repetitive. As I said, repetition that really helps to cement this skill or to help persons to remember how to complete particular tasks. As mentioned, it's commonly used to study math facts, learning a foreign language, and building a vocabulary. When you're in primary school, I'm sure you can probably say your times table. 2 times 1 is 2, 2 times 2 is 4, 2 times 3, and so on and so on. And so they give you that list and you repeat it over and over and over and over and over again until you get up to 10 times and 11 times and 12 times. I'm assuming they still do this, what you find is that it helps the mental, it helps your mind to be sharp. It helps you because then you can do some mental calculations. But what I find is that persons are now becoming dependent on calculators. And when you get your phone, you take up your phone and the first thing you're looking for is the calculator app, because your brain can't work out, okay, what is 10 times 52? Oh, okay, and you get this. I mean, when you're in primary school, you are sharp on that. Simple things, simple tricks in performing such calculations, right? So to be effective, the drill and practice exercises should include feedback to correct and remediate errors that learners make along the way. So as they go along, you have to give them feedback, and feedback in a short period of time so that any errors may not linger with them. All right, now the tutorial method, it may come in several forms: a person, computer, or special printed material. All of those may be seen as tutors. The tutorials, the main thing about them is that they tend to be very small. So it most of the times they're one-to-one, or maybe just a few persons to one, as opposed to a class that has 30 to 40, 15, 20 students. The tutorial tends to be much smaller. So in this case, the student is able to get appropriate feedback and practice until he or she can demonstrate a predetermined level of competence. So the tutoring is most often done on a one-to-one basis and frequently used to teach basic skills. For example, information processing, application basics. For example, using the computer, how to create a document, how to use Excel, all of those things. Tutorial arrangements could include Socratic dialogues, program tutoring, Socratic, in brackets it states instructor to learner, learner to learner, computer to learner, or print to learner, which we mentioned. If you give a worksheet to a student, that can be an example of a tutorial. We're going to, as we go along and we look at questioning, you'll see Socratic question, and we'll look at that in further details. Now, cooperative learning has been one of the more popular methods. In recent times, I will say in recent times, this method of teaching grew out of a body of research that claims that students learn from each other when they work on projects in teams. Now, this is something that I think we know, but we really didn't pay attention to. If you look at the preschool level, they engage students in a lot of play, correct? A lot of play. They make time, they schedule time for students to play, and they schedule time for students to share. And what you find as you go throughout your years of schooling, that time decreases as they get older, less and less playtime and so on. And so it's from that stage you realize that yes, they do learn from each other. And even as small as they are, they have experiences, they come with some amount of knowledge and so on. And so cooperative learning supports the claim that 2 or 3 children at a computer terminal learn more than one child because they carry on discussions while working through the assigned problem that help them to learn from each other. And remember that they're coming from different homes, so maybe one person is more advanced than the other. One student has more experience than the other, and so they can help each other to learn. This is also based on the premise that learners need to develop skills in working together and learning together because their eventual workplaces will require teamwork. This came out already, and we also looked at when we're talking about constructivism. And we talk about active learning. Some of the words that came out were collaboration. That's one of the terms that seem to be very, very, very important, because you need to be able to do that and to be able to function effectively in the workplace. So it doesn't only involve students learning together by discussing text and viewing media, but also producing media such as video slides and transparencies. So they don't always have to, it doesn't have to be something that is written. It can be something else. They can create a poem, as I think someone mentioned earlier. They can do a role play in bringing across a particular point. So you can get creative in that regard. So it implies that students work together in small groups. It requires teachers and students to work together to ensure that everyone participates. And unlike traditional groups, cooperative learning stresses social skills and problem solving through group processing. Can anybody state a difference between cooperative groups as opposed to just regular grouping? No? Anyone? Okay.
Well, I thought cooperative grouping is cooperative grouping.
Okay.
I didn't know there was a difference.
No. When you talk about cooperative learning, when you're utilizing this method as opposed to regular grouping. All right, I'm going to give you 2 minutes to look and tell me if you find any difference. 2 minutes, just briefly, to browse. Tell me if you find any difference between cooperative learning, utilizing cooperative learning when you place them in groups, as opposed to just regular grouping. Okay. You heard from Courtney? Have you heard from Courtney?
No, he sent me a quick WhatsApp messages.
Okay. All right, 2 minutes passed. Did you find any difference?
We're talking about cooperative grouping and cooperative learning, right?
Yes. Okay, now, cooperative learning is the method, but grouping is a part of cooperative learning, right? How you group them. How do you group them when you talk about cooperative learning as opposed to just regular grouping?
Okay, well, the regular grouping, as I read on the slide, it is something you can do probably just to summarize a lesson or even to do a particular activity in the class.
Mm-hmm.
But the other one, which is what? What's the other one?
Traditional.
Corporate.
What's it?
Okay, the other one, I think it's cooperative learning. I don't know. I mix them up.
Okay, go ahead. Repeat what you just said.
I know for me to repeat it, I need to get the two properly. We're talking about cooperative learning and regular grouping.
Yes.
Right. So I just explained the regular grouping. I said this could be where the teacher just group the students together, probably to do a little activity in the class, or maybe to just give an introduction or a conclusion or something like that. But
Okay.
the cooperative learning would involve something more, probably where they're given maybe a homework, a project, you know, where they have to really work together to complete that project out of the class, so to speak, at
Okay.
home, you know. And in doing that project, you know, all of them have an opportunity to really do a particular task. It's almost like how we did our micro teaching for one of our previous courses.
Uh-huh.
You know, everybody put their hands together, have to contribute something to make the project work and then present. So it's something that requires more time and greater tasks. I don't
Okay.
know. Just try it.
All right. Since we've gone there, let me just quickly, the informal cooperative groups, before I look at that table, and formal cooperative groups, base cooperative groups, you can put them in groups for any period of time, depending on what the activity is, as Rosalind mentioned. So just as in, not just in traditional grouping, but in cooperative groups, you can decide whether or not they're grouping for this particular class or for the particular topic. Let's say you're looking at the topic of programming, so you group them for that particular topic, for the entire topic, or you group them for the term, or you group them for the year. So that those three terms, informal, formal, and base, would depend on how you group them. Those are the guidelines, the three different types of grouping states. So you decide whether or not you're using a base cooperative group or a formal cooperative group or informal cooperative group, and the information is stated there. And you'll notice that on the slide that looks at the two types of grouping, in traditional grouping, each group member takes responsibility for self-learning, as opposed to cooperative group, they are responsible for helping one another to learn. So these are some of the things that you need to express to them. Individuals are concerned with their own grades. In traditional, teamwork is not taught. A group leader is chosen. Social progress is not emphasized. Groups range in size from 5 to 12. Groups are homogeneous in ability, the same. One or two students do most of the work, and group goals are not set. Have you ever been in a group like that and you find that most persons are working, whether you're the one working and you find that other persons are not doing it? Even as adults, you find that you've been in groups and students, you have other students who just don't do any work. So this is traditional grouping. In cooperative groups, to make it different though, you really have to express some of these. You have to make sure that make it known that individual grades and successes are connected to the grades and successes of all group members. And this ties into the first one, so that everybody is responsible for everybody to learn. So that each person will help to ensure that the others grasp whatever it is being delivered. Teamwork is taught. There is no leader. Social progress is an important element. So you have them working together. You want to make sure that they know how to work amongst or with others. Groups range from 2 to 6. A group must not be more than 6 when you're doing a cooperative group. They are heterogeneous to gender, ethnicity, ability, depends. So you can mix them. Each student has a role to play, and group goals are set. So you work together as a team. So have you been utilizing cooperative grouping in your class? No?
I have been, but
Okay.
now that I'm looking at the characteristics, in terms of there is no leader,
Mm-hmm.
probably I'm using it wrongly, because every time I give my students, I put my students in groups, one of the things I always tell them, there must be a leader and there must be an assistant leader. But I also explain to them that after the work is done, everybody may not get the same grade.
Yeah.
You have to get your grade according to, your contribution. So, but now that I see cooperative groups do not need to have a leader.
Right.
Although I have a question to that. I still have a question to that.
Go
I
ahead.
think every group should have a leader.
Why?
Well, when you look at life and you know the real world, you know there are always leaders, and so if the students are in school, one of the things I always do, and I encourage them to work in groups, and I let them know, hey, in real life, you have to be part of a team. I tell them I'm part of a team. I'm part of the staff.
Mm-hmm.
In government there's a leader. In church, everywhere you are, they are leaders, and so they must take their little group experience. Very important, and just imagine that it is an organization, and there has to be a CEO, there has to be a manager, etc., etc. So I always encourage them to choose a group leader. Sometimes I allow them to change it around, so that person get a chance, then the other one get a chance, and so everybody gets a chance to be the leader. So
do you all think, I'm going to answer that, Rosalind, with the rest of you, do you think that you need to have a leader in a group?
Yes.
Taylor thinks yes. Why, Taylor?
I have found that when it comes to group dynamics, there has to be somebody who makes decisions or keeps the team on task. Someone who's going to say, of the 4 suggestions we've had, we're going to go with a combination of A and B. Somebody who's going to say, okay, who's familiar with what, who's comfortable doing what part of this task? And somebody has to be ultimately responsible for the output of the team. So if it's something, let's say, that's being done as a group and needs to be given to the teacher by a certain date, it should be the leader who says, all right, you're going to describe, you're going to write down so and so fact, I'm going to check with you on this date so that we meet the deadline, and hopefully the person who will be submitting it on behalf of the group to the teacher. If there is no leader, then somebody's going to feel that you just went through this decision because that's what you like and that's what the other girl in the team like. Somebody's going to say, yeah, I'll get to it, and then I'm not finishing it and holding back the team. Somebody is going to, can't stick what she wants it to all for herself. She wants all of the glory. Well, I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to tell Miss that they didn't do anything and give me just me the mark.
Yeah. All right, thank you. All right, there are different ways of looking at it, and I don't think putting a group leader might have a sort of mindset in the student that it's the group leader's responsibility for certain things, as opposed to assigning different roles to the students that will help them to be more responsible, more proactive, or more participatory, more involved in the whole process. I think that if you assign, okay, so you have 6 persons in the group, 1 person is in charge of monitoring the time and keeping us on time on task. You have 1 person who is the scribe. As Taylor mentioned, you have assigned different responsibilities. 1 person will go to present and so on and so forth. If you assign responsibilities, you make sure that everybody pulls their weight. Everybody is responsible for their to complete their tasks. Another thing is there is a sort of it's not attitude, it's probably mindset that we're trying to promote, and that is that not everybody will go into an organization and work for someone. You'll have persons who will go and create their own jobs and create their own businesses, and you'll have, we want to promote a sort of entrepreneurial skill, ability, mindset as a possibility for the future for a number of persons. So you don't want to say to them, this is the way, and you're going to end up being, what if they end up being the leader? But you don't want to say to them that, yes, you're going to go into an organization and yes, you're going to have a leader. It might not work out like that. So in this case, I can see why they don't have a leader in the cooperative group. So everything, of course, everything has the benefits and everything has the advantages and disadvantages. So it depends on how you look at it, right? But try it, Rosalind. No group leader, just as how it said, and we'll see how that works out for you.
Yes, yes.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, now the simulation method makes it possible for the learner to confront a scaled down version of a real life situation.
So,
yes, good example. Micro teaching is a good example. I was about to say sometimes, a fire drill. Sometimes they do a fire drill at your institution. It's not the real thing, but they do one. I don't know if you've ever been into a simulator, have you? And you feel like you're flying through something and it's rocking you left, right, and so I don't know if you've ever been in one of those, but it creates that scenario for you to see what would happen. Just an example of what would happen if it were happening in real life. There is I think it's a cardio. It's a heart surgery simulator, something to that effect that they've created over the Faculty of Science and Technology, where students who are in MedSci can get to go through the process of doing surgery on the heart without actually having to do a real surgery on somebody's heart. So it gives the person that experience, it helps the person to prepare for what might happen. So it allows realistic practice without the expense or risk otherwise involved in real settings. And it may involve participant dialogue, manipulation of materials and equipment, or interaction with a computer. All right, now discovery. The discovery method uses inductive or inquiry approach to learning. It presents problems to be solved through trial and error. Okay. Now, let us say that we are in a science class and we want to talk about the different, let's say, let us take a basic class. Some children, and you're teaching them about textures, and you want them to find out what different types of textures. And so they go around and they feel the desktop, the chair, the wall, the stone, different things, and then they can tell you about it. They can tell you that one is hard, one is soft, one is smooth and rough, and so on and so forth and so forth. And so you allow them to explore, to do things, to get involved. And based on their experience, you have them write down, or you sort of formulate or formalize the information that they have gathered based on experiences that they have gone out and gathered. So for discovery, the aim of it is to foster a deeper understanding of the content through involvement with it. So you want to create that experience for them. You want to create the environment in which they can have that experience. I don't know if you've had any classes like that you want to share. No? All right, let me Rosalind, you were saying something? No?
I some of my entrepreneurial experience with my students where I teach content and then we do practicals. I don't know if that would be a good example.
Practicals. What kind of practicals?
Well, okay. For example, I teach on, let's say I teach a topic on departments, functional areas of business. And then they get the experience of actually running a business where they have to organize their, themselves into departments, and every department has its responsibility, etc., etc.
Okay. All right.
So yes.
Go ahead.
So I was saying there, through the experience, they get to get a wider understanding of what the functions of each department is. Even through interaction with customers or clients, when they get to sell their products,
yes.
They get to know a lot. They get to discover for themselves. Oh, this is the real thing. This is what it is.
Yes.
Da, 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 da.
Okay. All right. So that's just an example. One of the main things, though, is that I think one of the basis of discovery learning is that this is something that is fresh, something new. So they are gathering this information for the first time through their experience. But as you said, Rosalind, even though you teach them the basics of a business, it's not until they go out there and they run the business that they really get some more intricate details as to what it requires, right? So the rules or procedures that the learners discovered may be derived from previous experience based on information in reference books or stored in a computer database. This method could take different forms. For example, helping students to seek information that they wish to know about a topic of specific interest to them. This approach is called student inquiry or information research. It can be time consuming, but it can be effective. An effective way to get students to explore beyond the limits of their textbook. So it is one of the things you have to be, though. You have to be knowledgeable, and you have to be able to know how to guide the students in able to getting the information you want them to get. You can also set up a scenario in your classroom. I guess this would be somewhat of a simulation to set up a scenario in your classroom and allow, let's say, for example, you are doing consumer arithmetic in mathematics. I'm just throwing out some topics there. And you want to set up an area where persons can do purchases and so on and so forth to create that experience for them to buy and to, to make change and the whole exchange of goods for money. That whole experience you create for them within the classroom. Or it doesn't have to be in the classroom. You can take them from one room to the next. You can take them to the canteen. You can take them wherever it is they need to go and so on and so forth. All right. But one of the main points that I want you to remember that keep coming out is the fact that they must be engaged. They must be involved. You are not supposed to be telling them. They are supposed to be doing. Problem solving involves learners' use of previously mastered skills to reach a resolution of a challenging problem. So it calls on the learner to define the problem, examine data, generate a solution. And this is one of our actual lessons in our programming and problem solving unit. The expectation is that through the process, the learner will arrive at a higher level of understanding. So it's not just arriving at the goal, it's the whole process. It's the process that helps them to learn. Let's say I had a class, it was a primary school, grade 3, and we were looking at maps. In their curriculum, maps is a part of the information technology curriculum at the primary school. We don't do it here in Jamaica at the primary school, but they had it there. So at the end of the class, I gave them a map to some buried treasure, and I put that in quotation. And there are groups, they were placed in groups, and they used the map and they went down the stairs and around the building and wherever. And there was a spot that was marked with stones, the letter X. And persons found it and everybody, yes, here is it. And they were pointing at it. And one little boy, I think he was either from Australia or from Africa, he went between somebody's legs, dug out the little bag with some coins in there, had some coins. And he was just so happy because persons found the location before him, but he was the one to actually thought of digging out, clearing the area that marked X and digging to find that little bag with the buried treasure. I've looked at it and I think it's maybe, I'm really not sure what the students were expecting, what they were thinking, but I did say that there was something buried there, but only that one little boy thought of digging out to find the actual the actual buried treasure. All right, so this, you can, as I said, you create the environment for them to go through this process to be able to learn from it. So within whatever settings, within using whatever material you have, then you can put all of those things together. And the last one that we're looking at, the method of gaming. It provides a playful environment that calls on them to follow prescribed rules as they strive to attain a challenging goals. There are a number of games that you can use. One of the more popular ones that we use is Jeopardy. You can use that on your computer. Persons might use, there are a number of other computer games that you can use on various websites also, but you have to monitor them. Even games to learn how to type quickly. There are a number of them. But it is highly motivating, especially for tedious and repetitive content. It may involve just a learner or groups, and it usually requires them to use problem-solving skills to demonstrate mastery of specific content. All right, any questions? Anything you want to mention, anything you want to add? No? All right, yes?
Miss, the only thing is, where is this presentation? Is it on our VLE?
Yes, it is. All right, I am in the other container that says EDIT.
Meta.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Okay, look in the container that says 5004, EDIT 5004. Look in that container. And you'll see on the class, it says classroom management in perspective. And it says teaching methods.
All right.
Are you seeing it now? One second, let me I think you should be able to see. You can refresh Refresh your page, you should be able to see it.
Sorry, which is it again?
It is in, you're wondering which container?
Yes.
The 5004, not the meta container, the one that says 5004. I've switched over most of the things. I am doing some tweaking to that container, so we're going to use that container instead.
All right. So, Miss.
Yes.
I must say this is I've used some of these methods, and but it's quite interesting because after a while, after a time of teaching, you kind of get stuck sometimes using a few circles of activities, especially when after you have identified that some methods don't work for a certain set of students, you kind of park it.
Yes.
So I'm getting some ideas by this presentation.
Okay.
Well, let me ask you though, for programming, what except from presentation, what other methods do you normally use?
Go again. Repeat the first part.
For programming, whether it be implementation or problem solving, what are some of the methods you use for teaching this content apart from presentation?
Apart from presentation. All right.
Yes.
There is a document that looks at the fact that each of them have a particular place. But you can use gaming. You can use gaming to help help the students to become more comfortable with the syntax of the language.
Okay.
You can use, well, of course, demonstration.
Yes.
Yes. You can use, and your cooperative learning is very helpful also.
Yes.
I think pretty much you should be able to use all of them. You should be able to use all of them, depending on the topic, depending on what you're doing. You should be able to use all of the methods.
Okay.
Yes.
You see, my students are very special.
Okay.
So I have to be creative to grasp their attention to really, because once you don't get it, that's it.
Okay.
That's it for the class. You have to, right. So are there any websites that jump to mind when you think of gaming? And this is directed to you as well as anybody else. Are there any websites that jump to mind when you come on to gaming and so forth for this particular content?
All right, I'm turning. Taylor's asking like what?
Lightbot.
Oh, Lightbot.
The only gaming site I have found for programming, aside from those sites that allow you to make jigsaw puzzles or crossword puzzles or things like that, which is really more of a quizzing, testing thing that you just flip it to use it in the class. Lightbot I find is very helpful. What it does is, and you can search for it, it allows you to program the instructions that you give to this little robot, where the robot has to step forward, jump up, jump down. But in doing that, you are incorporating sequence and you are incorporating use of function / iteration. Because you get, if you want the robot to turn left, step forward and then jump, or do you want them to turn right, then jump, then step forward, that sort of thing. And they have a certain number of spaces to fill in. And it does it step by step. Like, okay, the first one, the robot needs to walk forward 3 spaces, totally flatten it. Walk, 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 and then like 4 instructions. And then the next one, it might be walk 3 and then jump up and then light up. And goes like that step by step. And they have a grand time. I actually introduced that to some 9th graders because, they're at that stage, you want them to choose the subject.
Yes.
And I had some persons that went so far as once they got into it and they liked it, they started to research it and they came back and they said, Miss, you know that's on the Google Playroom? Miss, I downloaded that app, you know. And they come back and they say, Miss, I get to this point. I'm like, okay, great, lovely, wonderful. But I haven't found anything else as far as programming, aside from, like I said, those that do jigsaw puzzles or allow you to create your own Jeopardy kind of thing. You really have to be inventive and think outside of the box.
Yeah.
I have created an algorithm bingo, for example.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, Dexter, you make me feel so good. Look at that.
Share it with me. Feel free to share it with me anytime.
Anytime, right? I'll go search for it and share it with you. But like it's like you will pick something up and you will say iteration, you know, B-I-N-G-O, you say B iteration. And somebody might look at their card and their card might have iteration in a flowchart. Or it might have one type of iteration in a pseudocode or another type of iteration. So they have to say, okay, iteration, which one of these is iteration? Oh, this and this, but not that, and they cover that and they move on. So it's a nice culminating activity for before you move into some serious hardness or something, you know, like before you get to arrays or things. It's kind of fun.
Yeah.
I will search for it and share it with everyone.
Yes, do it.
Yeah.
Share it. It will be. I'm sure it will prove to be helpful for all. All right. So I hope I sent the link to the site. I posted it in the chat next time. So I hope you saw it. Like.
Yes, it will see flashback.
Yes. All right. All right, so we have 6 persons. I'm going to assign you a little task. All right, so Ophelia and Dexter. Jessica and Roslyn. And Dana and Taylor. Okay. For Ophelia and Dexter, I'm giving you tutorial and cooperative learning. I will explain. For Dana and Taylor, I'm giving you gaming and simulation. No, let me change that. For Dana and Taylor, I'm giving you gaming and discovery learning. And for Jessica and Rosalind, I'm giving you simulation and problem solving. All right, so I've given you 2 methods, sorry. You are going to select your topic from the same unit. We work with the same units all the time. Unit 2 and 3. You're going to select 2 topics that you think these 2 teaching methods will be very useful for. So you're not just going to select the topics, you're going to come up with an activity that is reflective of the teaching method. Are you understanding? So if you select a topic, let's say the topic is multiplication of two-digit numbers for cooperative learning. You must explain how you use cooperative learning, the activity that they're going to do in order for them to understand multiplication of two-digit numbers. Am I clear? Yeah? All right, so I am giving you 20 minutes to do that.
Miss Berry?
Yes?
Hi, sorry about that. Just repeat the instructions again, please.
All right, so with your partner, you're going to use your two teaching methods, and you're going to select two topics from the syllabus that you think would be, I don't want to say suitable, that would be effective, that you can use those two teaching methods in your instructional process. So for example, let me use something from the syllabus. Data types, something like data types. So I gave you gaming and discovery learning, right? So you would decide if you're going to use, if you select data types, because data types would be good to use gaming to teach the data types. Follow? But you have to not only say data types is a good topic, you have to explain to me what activity, what kind of gaming activity you would use to teach data types. Follow? Clara? Okay. All right. Okay, so you have a few minutes to work together. All right, so I'm assuming you're finished. No, Dexter, is that a no? No, okay. All right, I can only give you 5 more minutes. But when you're finished, when we're finished with this activity, then we can look at any questions that you have. Anybody has about the assignments going forward. Taylor and I were just discussing. So I'll give you 5 more minutes. Okay, so we must be ready now. Sorry about that. Okay. All right, so you're going to share for each of the method, the topic. Normally it's the other way around. You have your topic and you select your method. But we're doing it differently. So for each of the method, you are going to tell the topic, you're going to tell the activity. And what we're looking for is if the activity that you've explained or outlined, if it really includes all the attributes of that particular method of teaching, right? So let's go with Ophelia and Dexton. You got tutorial and you got cooperative learning.
Okay. For cooperative learning, distinguish among the different generations of program language. We're going to place students in groups of 3, and we're going to give each group one generation to work on. Each student must participate in the group, and each group must present a sample of the language, a picture of the computer that was used to
run the language.
What's that?
To run the language.
To run the language, the time period for that language, and the key characteristics of the language that made each better than the previous ones. So these are the 4 tasks we are going to assign to each group for each generation.
Okay. Anything else? No, that's it?
Right. So
yes, Roland.
Okay. Sorry, all right, thanks. Thank you, Ophelia. You were saying next on?
Yes. So all right. So each group will present from such. All right. Then the other objective we selected was all right, identify ways of presenting algorithms.
Go ahead.
Right, the tutorial method. Off the bat, you were thinking of using like the website which was previously suggested to as a tutorial to ask the student to get a visual of what an algorithm looks like in a basic form, at least in on paper or just get this simple idea of what an algorithm looks like. Okay. Before we move on to flow charts and other representations. So we're thinking of using the website as a way of helping them to see and to play and to create their own simple algorithm.
Okay. All right. So the type of tutorial that you based on our presentation, there are several types. I don't know if you had identified a specific type of tutorial. Did you state it? Because you had said either on paper or something else.
Okay. No, I didn't.
Okay. So you're talking about a personal live person, face-to-face tutorial, one-on-one. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, I was thinking of computer to student kind of tutorial, but assisted by the teacher, of course, So we would use a computer to aid in the delivery, for want of a better word. So
So the
Right.
teacher is the teacher, but with the aid of a computer.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is that it?
So far, yes.
That's it.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I heard Ophelia saying yes. All right. So thank you.
Okay.
All right, let me hear Dana and Thalia. You got gaming and discovery learning.
Okay, you want me to start, Dana?
Yeah, go ahead, Celia.
I see what you did there. All right. For gaming, we decided that we would use it as a review or as a closing activity for control structures. And we would make a match game and give it to different groups of persons where on one side, you have some little pattern, like a physical match game. And then on the other side, you would have a description or a very simple shape or block diagram that explains what is being done, because they would have done this prior to jumping into pseudocodes. But of course, if you're using simple English terms, get two numbers, add two numbers, repeat four more times, and you still get the idea that this is a little sequence and a little iteration. And from that, they would match them up, things that match. Maybe they're both doing iteration, or they're both doing sequence, or they're both doing choice or decision making. And from that, it's cementing the concept, one, that there are three different control structures, and two, that you can represent it in any way. It kind of sets the tone for what's coming up next. Yeah. So that was what we decided for gaming to review control structures. Over to you, Dana.
One thing before you go to Dana, you said that on one side you said blocks.
Yes. How do I describe it? Two cards, two squares.
Okay.
Like, little cardboard thing. Then all of the backs would be the similar pattern, whether it's a wallpaper thing or a paint. So that when they're all face down, they look the same. And then they would turn over two, and if they are representing the same thing, they match. If they're not representing the same thing, they put it back down. And then they would do that in my groups, and then they would say, "Oh, I know what this is. This is iteration. No, it's not iteration. It's selection. Yes, it's iteration. See, doing this over and over. That sort of thing. It's a little noise activity. They like us. We do that. But over to you, Dana.
Okay, then I hope I do such a good job like you.
Totally.
Okay, the next one we have was discovery learning. And for discovery learning, we're looking at placing students into groups, and they are going to choose strips of paper with languages on it. Okay, I think it's high and low level language. Okay, and they're going to choose the strips of paper, and in pairs they are going to research on it. Okay, and they have to determine the language level, the characteristics, and which level of language. And of course, they would present their findings to the class. Did I miss anything else?
They would have gotten the strips of paper, like for example, for C or Fortran, and based on their research, they would have to, because we wouldn't tell them beforehand how many different levels there are. Right. So they would just be researching levels of programming languages, and they would determine the traits of each so that they can evaluate this language that they got. Does this fall under this language? Even if they try to do it the other way, and just typing what level of language does this programming language fall under, they would still have to justify when they're presenting their findings to say, this comes under third level because, third generation, the high level, because it is that.
Okay. All right, so you all right, thank you both. So Just like this is what a feed I gave. All right, so you'll have them, you have some guidelines somewhat as to what exactly they are looking for, right? Yes, okay, all right, good. And Rosalind and Jessica, you got simulation and problem solving.
Okay, problem solving. I looked at, in looking at the syllabus, I see on the problem solving, this method can be used in to help go through the steps of problem solving or to decompose a simple problem into different parts. So I've decided to use what is called an IPO chart, that is input, processing, and output, and give the students different scenarios, where they would have to solve a particular problem, using steps. So for example, they could get a scenario where they have to find the sum, of 3 numbers. And then after they have gone through that step, then they go through another step where they may have to find the average and so on. So they would present their answers or information using, as I said, tables, an IPO table. So for the first step, they have a table, they work out the problem, then they move to the second step. They will not go to the second step unless they have completed the first step, so to speak.
Okay. All right, and?
Well, the next exercise, I will turn over to Jessica, the simulation.
Thank you, yes. Yes, Jessica, go ahead.
Right, so the objective.
Not hearing you, you're muted, your mic. You muted your mic. Unmute your mic. Okay.
Okay, you hear it now?
Yes.
All right. So the objective I chose was to write a documented program. The students will be paired up. They're working in pairs. And the activity would be, you are a programmer at M&J Limited, and your boss wants you to write a program in Pascal that will read the sales of 50 salesmen into an array and display sales of all the salesmen who have total sales of more than $10,000. So they will work together and go ahead and write a program that will produce the output that they asked them for.
All right. All right, let me get it straight. The topic that you have chosen is?
Well, the objective from the syllabus is to write documented programs.
Write documented program. And your method is simulation.
Simulation, yes.
Simulation, okay. And you're going to ask them to write a program?
Yes. They're working in pairs.
Working in pairs. Write a program that does a particular task. Okay. I don't think that this is an example of simulation. Simulation is something that I don't think it's where the students actually do. It's more of they're involved in it and they witness the performance of or the implementation of it, but they're not exactly the ones who do it. So
Okay.
yes.
I thought they were the ones actually going through the process.
Okay, no, no, not quite. All right, I do like your example though. I mean, that would be a good task for them to work on in group. It's a little difficult. It's a little difficult to do simulation. Let me see if I could give you a topic for that. Maybe for example,
Yes.
oh, that's yours, Jessica? Okay. Yes. Right. Maybe the example where Taylor gave the site that allowed them to enter coding. That's caused a robot to move. Is that the case, Taylor?
Yes.
Maybe that's an example of simulation. The topic is a difficult one.
There's a thing that we do when we're doing when we're introducing programming. We have a series of activities. One of them is we bring a bunch of ties, and in a group they have to write down the steps. It's an introduction to problem solving, but would not be simulating.
You bring a bunch of ties?
Of ties, and in groups they then have to write down the steps that you follow to tie the tie.
Oh, okay.
And then at the end of the activity, we look at it. We take somebody who is not in the group, we put them in front of the class with a tie. We read through the steps to see if they're able to tie the tie following those steps. Would that be an example of a simulation? Because it's not actual programming.
No,
but
not.
It is having very distinct steps to follow.
Okay. Okay, this one is
Is it tricky because it's programming?
It's it's maybe because it sort of resembles other methods. For example, maybe some amount of demonstration mixed with something else. So it's a little bit tricky. Yes. Yes. All right. I'm going to take your example, Jessica, and I am going to giving myself some homework. I'm going to come up with an example for you. Let me just make a note of that. All right, so I'm going to come up with an example that would fit into the unit 2 or 3 of the syllabus. So I'm going to find that for you, Jessica. All right. I like the examples that everybody gave. They are good examples. So normally we don't choose our method first. We have our topic first and we choose our method. But what I wanted to get you familiar with is all the other methods that you might not use or you tend not to use regularly, to get you familiar with those, so that you have to write your lesson plans and you have to include 3 each time. So you will at some point in time find that you have covered all of them that we have mentioned in the presentation, right? All right, is there anything you want to add, you want to mention, you want to note? None at this time? No? All right. Well, this is the point where I ask you to ask your questions regarding your assignment, your course assessment. How goes it so far? What I'm going to do, I am going to probably Skype you or something, Ophelia, because you wanted some feedback regarding your lesson. I think it would be better if I spoke to you rather than type. Just explain what exactly. I looked at it, but just to explain exactly what I thought about it, where you could improve, I think it would be better I spoke to you. So I am going to give you my Skype ID. It's Camille_Berry, and you can add me. Or if you have another method you want to use to talk to me, then fine. Okay? So regarding your micro teaching, how are we with that?
Miss, for Rosalind?
Yes.
Yeah, regarding the micro teaching. When I came in this morning, I realized you had already started the discussion. I'm not sure if you mentioned that, so I just want to be sure. For the 15 minutes, this is quite a little bit of time. So I was wondering, what are the main things that you want to see within that 15 minutes?
I want
there's
everything,
mm-hmm.
but I want to see everything, but remember, you are going to state which parts you are going to cut short, minimize, you are going to not include. You decide that, but I still want to see the flow of a lesson. I need to see your introduction when you grab the attention. I need to see how you build on that. I need to see how you do your evaluation or assessment at the end of it. So I need to see a real lesson in progress from start to finish. But you're going to
really, miss?
Shorten. Yes, really. But you're going to shorten it. I know you're going to shorten it, but I still need to.
So, miss, if we go above,
yes.
If we go above 15 minutes, that would be a problem.
If you go above it, when you say above it, like how many?
Yeah.
What you talking about?
I'm just looking at 5-10 minutes.
No.
Because I'm looking at a real lesson, to deliver a real lesson. Oh my God. To be able to see everything in 15 minutes. My goodness.
Okay.
Oh God, this is a task.
It's a challenge, but I need to see the lesson coming out, and I really need to see how you do the lesson. But as I said, if you had decided to do 5, if you gave the class to do 5 things during the regular lesson, do 1 instead of 5, or 2 if you can. So there are certain things you're going to leave out, you're going to cut short, you're going to minimize. Do that, but I really need to see the flow of your lesson. Okay?
Okay, so do I tell my students, because of time, I'm going to cut back, or I just cut back?
You could do that, but you need to indicate at some point in your, you can mention it. You can mention it to the students. So I need to know.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Yes, next one.
Question. Mm-hmm. Can this exercise be done in the same medium we're doing now?
I thought about it, and yes. Are you thinking of presenting and us being a part of your class? Is that what you want to do?
Well, whoever is available, if I have friends in other parts of the island that can, zoom in and, that kind of a thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I did think
Well,
about it originally, but since you're mentioning it now, I'm thinking about it again. I would have to decide like no. All right, let me put that on pause.
it's
Um,
too soon.
yes, let me put that one on pause. Yes, Roslyn, you had something else to say?
No, no, I was just saying what he said is it's a good idea, but probably we are too we have it's too far now in the course.
Mhm.
I would have to reconstruct my mind to use this venue to
Okay,
deliver my lesson. But I think it's a good idea probably for the next time around you're doing that course. Have the
okay.
students deliver right here.
Well, one of the challenges though, you had stated the availability of room and so on. I realize that a number of you are at home. So if I allowed all of you to teach, where would you teach? Where would your materials be? Where would your board, your markers, and so on and so forth? So it would be very challenging. Not as if when you started off in the semester and you were, maybe three of you were in one location in a classroom setting. So it could have been done, but not at this particular point in time, Dexter. So we're going to yes. So, well, not next time for you, but I think about another time. If the time allows, in terms of the particular time that the course is being held. All right. So I'm assuming yes, Dana, go ahead.
I was just saying that maybe in a semester where you have from September to December, you could think about doing a course, doing it like that. But then my question is for the evaluation, the critical reflection. You said to break the video of the lessons into 3 main segments, but then they were listed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different areas. So do we do the 5 or is it any 3?
The document itself?
Yeah, the critical review.
Okay,
the critical reflection, sorry.
Okay, all right, this is where you look at your colleagues' videos. This is the one you're asking about? Or you're looking at your own video?
Your own lesson. That's part of the micro teaching.
Okay. All right. Now, the form itself has different aspects of the lesson. In terms of what? Classroom management? Are those the headings? I don't know them offhand.
No, this is where you have to burn the reflection onto a CD or a DVD.
All right, point me to the document. Let me just make sure that we're
the document on guidelines for micro teaching.
Okay.
We have part A, part B, and part C says that section C says of your coursework, it is concerned with how critically you analyze your teaching experience. Yeah, it starts from here.
Are you seeing it?
Yes. So it starts from right on the part B into part C. So section C of your coursework, and then it goes to the next page.
Okay. So break the video of the lesson into 3 main segments: lesson, introduction, body, guided practice. Okay.
3 main segments.
All right. So let us change. Let us change.